players? Good morning. Happy hump day. Good morning. Sorry, I'm eating my breakfast, but I did come on a few minutes early just in case because they were a little bit early yesterday. So I came on early just in case. So if you see me still eating my breakfast, mind your business. Also, I wore pink. Yep, I wore pink today because I have a feeling that today is the day that they free Karen Reed. Just a hunch. Just feeling it, channeling it, believing it. It's the right thing to do. And so that's what we're doing. Also, if you missed yesterday, then you may not know why I think that today is the day that they potentially free Karen Reed, because based on the questions yesterday, I believe that they are going to acquit her of the first and third counts. Duh. So did the first jury, but they didn't get it on record. And said all along, those shouldn't have even been charges anyway. But also, I think they're still, who's talking to you? Ain't nobody talking to you. Pipe down, kid. Pipe down, kid. Lucy thinks I'm talking to her. Or no, Lucy actually just wants my breakfast. Let's be honest. The questions that they asked yesterday, basically, okay, calm down. You're not getting my breakfast. You had your breakfast. I didn't eat your breakfast. You shouldn't be eating my breakfast. No. Pipe down. This dog really bullies me. She's always, I can't ever eat anything on my own. It's always like one bite for me, one bite for Lucy, one bite for Tinsley, one bite for Emmy. One bite for me, one bite for Tinsley, one bite for Lucy, one bite for Emmy. Oh, of course. They started late because someone has car issues. So here I am early, just in case. And I could have been finishing my breakfast. Anywho, before Lucy interrupted us, they always be stealing my food. The questions that were asked yesterday, I believe that those give us a lot of insight into where the jury's at. What are they thinking? What are they feeling? Because they asked about being not guilty on 2 of the charges and then hung on the other. And then the charge that they had questions about was the DUI of all things. So what I am hoping for today, that they all got a good night's sleep and are coming back fresh and ready to agree. And we'll see. It's wild to think about if they hang on the DUI. But if they do, technically, they could try her again for manslaughter. But will they? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll for that. Because I'm curious what y'all think and feel and say. Defense team is standing and chatting. Start a poll. If they hang on DUI, can be retried for manslaughter charge. Do you think they All right, sharp bolt. Look at us. Look at us go. We're starting. Hey, Bev. Morning, Bev. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Hey,
All
Bev.
right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those.
So I have to ask you those
same
same three questions.
To deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Well, with that, Mr. Foreman, thank you all. We're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All rise, please. Here's follow me.
Everyone nodded affirmatively. I love the way Bev like leans over and talks to them. Are we going to miss the kindergarten voice in the morning?
Jurors exit the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
Thank you. All rise.
I think we'll be back before then.
We'll see you at the recess. Please exit the courtroom.
I think we'll be back before them. I think, no, ma'am. Did I claw at your chair when you were eating your breakfast? No. Did I give you time to eat your breakfast in peace? Yes. Do I get that same respect? No. Pipe down. Okay, this kid, get a dog, they said. It'll be fun, they said. She's still clawing at my chair down there. I'm telling you, she bullies me. This dog bullies me. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my verdict clock. We'll see if it'll work without messing everything up, because it was glitching out yesterday. Let's see. History. I think I'm having like allergy attacks today. I'm trying to mute it every time I sneeze. Okay. Where were we? Where was our clock at? Wait, is this right? Is that where we were? Is that where we were? Let's see. I think it's higher, isn't it? Oh, 14. All right, there we go. Is that right? Ish. None of them are actually accurate because everybody just kind of guesses. Because like they're actually not deliberating right now. They're probably walking to the room, but we all just guess. It just makes us, it's like our emotional support clock. So that's fine. Oh my gosh, the poll is shocking. I think I'm misunderstanding the question. Hold on, I have to sneeze again. Let me go. I'll be right back. Let me go get an allergy pill so that I'm not sneezing all day. I'll be right back. Y'all, I almost grabbed at the NyQuil. Y'all would have seen me. Y'all would have seen me snoring on my keyboard. Me and the dogs just in here snoring. Ugh, how do you open these things? They're childproof. See, this is... Normally Chat Daddy does this for me, and I can't open these. I can't get it peeled back. You know how like you have to peel back the back thing? It's not peeling back. Ah. There we go. Now we got it. Now we got it. Oh, almost. Ah. Gosh, by the time I get my allergy pill, season's going to change and allergies will be over anyway. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see what all y'all are saying. Oh my gosh, could you imagine falling asleep and missing the verdict after all this? I would be so mad. I would be so mad if I spent 2 years of my life dedicated to this case and then fell asleep during the verdict. I'd be so mad. I'd be so mad. I love that my anxiety med and allergy med. Oh, I didn't take my other medicine. Dang it. I am just not together today. I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get my life together. At some point. At some point. Yeah, I didn't take my ADHD medication, so you're going to see me like this all day. I won't be able to focus on anything. Unmedicated Brandi is like a field trip. Just never know where we're going to end up. All right. Did you see Yuri was there Friday and got kicked out of the courthouse and parked in regular parking instead of police parking? No, I did not see that. Well, I did hear that he was there. I did hear that he was there. The poll is asking 2 different questions. What do you mean? Did I write it wrong? Let me see. If they hang on the DUI, Karen can be retried on manslaughter charge, but do you think they would? That's all one question. If they hang on the DUI, because the DUI is one of the lesser includeds on the manslaughter charge. So if they hang on that, then they could retry her on the manslaughter charge. So my question is, they can do that, but do you think they would? Do you think that they would go through another whole expensive trial to try her for the manslaughter charge? I don't think they can retry count 2 unless hung jury. Correct. The only way that they can do it is if the jury is hung on either that charge or one of the lesser includeds. The way that they have it worded is, even if they all agree that she's not guilty of the manslaughter, the way that that verdict slip is means that even if they agree that she should be acquitted of the manslaughter and they are only hung on the DUI, she could still be charged or tried again for the manslaughter because of the way that the verdict slip is. Isn't that crazy? But if she is convicted of DUI, they can't retry her for the more major charge, correct. If they reach a conclusion and an agreement on any of those lesser includeds on there, then they wouldn't, then that's just it. The only way that they can recharge her for anything is if the jury does not agree unanimously on one of the charges. But the good thing is, we have already heard, based on their questions, that it looks like they have agreed not guilty on counts 1 and 3. And count 1 is the big daddy. Because count 1, mandatory life sentence with possibility of parole after 15 years. Mandatory life sentence. With possibility of parole after 15 years. And keep in mind, think about this too. The parole board will generally, I don't know if you've ever watched the parole hearings. You can watch them on YouTube. They're very interesting. If you ever see those parole hearings, or even like if you've just like followed, cases where people have been up for parole or whatever, you are very unlikely to get a parole board to agree to give you parole unless you like take responsibility and show that you're sorry for whatever it is you're in there for. So if you actually are in there and you're innocent, but you were wrongly convicted, the chance of getting paroled isn't high unless you say, yep, I take responsibility. I've changed. Look at what I've done, whatever. Do you know how hard that would be to try to tell a parole board, yep, I'm guilty of these things that I've, maintained for so long that I'm not guilty of. And that's the only way you can get parole most of the time. Those parole hearings are really interesting to watch if you haven't ever watched any. All right, we'll end our poll. Claire says they try her again, 100%. They'll keep clowning around. I go back and forth on it, because I feel like they're never going to let this go. But also, it would be wild to try her again when, when she was acquitted on the other ones. I don't know. Will the Idaho trial be on this channel, or we don't know yet? I love this group and you, Brandi. We love you too. It will likely be on this channel, yes. I think they realize they don't have experts that can match ARCA. ARCA, those are some great witnesses. They're very strong witnesses. They are able to explain things very clearly. They're very easy to follow, and they don't get rattled by bullies like Hank. The DA wants that conviction no matter what. That's why I hope that they're able to come to a decision. And also, let's say they convict her for the DUI. Technically, they can go up to 2.5 years. But they wouldn't be able to, really. I mean, by law, I guess technically you can. It's her first offense. There's no way. Especially what is that one? You heard me talking about it? Yep. Thank you. Otherwise, I'm going to be like, unmedicated Brandi, it's a wild ride. Whoever told Chat Daddy to get me my medicine, he brought it to me. Oh, Amanda Davis told him to bring me my medicine. Thank you. Thank you for breakfast and my water. I love you too. Be careful. He brought me my medicine. That's funny. So we love unmedicated Brandi too. Unmedicated Brandi can't finish a sentence. That's the problem. ADHD be ADHD and jury asked about not agreeing on one charge and if that means all three are hung, right? Was Bev's answer satisfactory? Haven't been able to watch. So I don't know, because here's the thing. I feel like she had the opportunity to make things a lot clearer and she didn't. I think that there are certain things that it's like she wanted to keep it anonymously, or not anonymously, intentionally vague. Because even with this stuff, I've been with Brandi since day one. Unmedicated Brandi is a fun ride. That's how we ended up on live panda videos one day. I don't know. You just never know. Yeah, the verdict slip was horrible. And if there had been some kind of like the way that the defense wanted to have that verdict slip, they didn't use that one. They did end up changing it, and adding some extra wording, trying to make it more clear, I guess, but it's still not as clear as it could have been. But see, the way that the defense wanted it to be, it had a not guilty by each of those. And that would have been great, because then it's like, let's say they are hung up on this DUI, right? If they had used the verdict slip the way that the defense wanted it, then it would show that there's, okay, here's what we're not going to do. Here's what we're not going to do. Hide user. Here's what we're not going to do. We're not going to come in here being gross. We're not going to come in here stirring up crap. That's not what we do. You can have different opinions. You can debate it out, because that's what jurors do. But you are not going to come in this chat acting a fool. I will hide you. We will wave goodbye. Do not come in here being disrespectful. We don't do that here. And if that happens again and I miss it, mods, you can hide them. Everybody's allowed to have an opinion. You can disagree. You can debate it out passionately. That's what jurors do. I love it. It's the way that you learn. It's the way that you understand somebody else's perspective. And I love a good debate on evidence. But you're not going to come in here acting a fool. Anyway, y'all done made me get my mama voice out before 10 a.m. So if they had used the DUI or the verdict slip for the way that the defense wanted it, if they were only hung on the DUI, it would say not guilty on all of those other ones, because they wanted a not guilty verdict on, or like a not guilty option, on the verdict form for all the other ones. If they had used the verdict slip the defense used and they were hung on that DUI, then that means that all it would be was the DUI. Isn't that wild? But since that's not the way they're doing it, it's kind of an all or nothing on that second charge. So if they're hung on that DUI or OUI, I keep calling it a DUI because most states call it DUI. If they're hung on that OUI, it goes all the way back to the manslaughter charge, and they can retry her on that. Isn't that wild? So crazy. So crazy. Oh yeah. When I go into mama voice, my accent gets worse. I've made an effort to calm down my accent, but if I go into mama mode, I'm not in professional mode anymore. I'm in mama mode. And then it's like, I need subtitles again. What's the difference between OUI and DUI? Nothing. It's just different states and jurisdictions and stuff call it different things. It's driving under the influence or operating a motor vehicle under the influence or whatever. It's just different places call it different things. But it's basically like you're behind the wheel and you shouldn't be. I was in the bathroom and heard Brandy's mom voice, and I tried so hard to look around the corner, I almost fell on the body. That's funny. We also have OWI. Oh yeah, operating while intoxicated, or is it operating while intoxicated? Yeah, they have different ones. Brandy to Brennan, you will not come in this courtroom acting a fool. Oh, and he did. Did y'all have the chance to listen to the latest podcast episode where all of the Brennan stuff was put together so you could see how bad it was? It's crazy. Crazy. Oh, while impaired, not intoxicated. Yeah, every state has it worded a little bit differently. I feel like they'll know by 2:00 today. I feel like that. I do too, Brooke. I do too. I really do. I feel like today's the day, and I feel like it'll be around lunchtime. Jurors are going to wait for that free lunch. Maybe. Serious question. Why do we think the state of Massachusetts is trying so hard to frame this woman for murder? Who or what are they hiding and covering up? It's the only logical conclusion that it's a cover up. Here's what I think. I think that something happened. There was some kind of accident. Whatever happened was not intentional at all. And I think that they were trying to kind of stack the deck, just stack up evidence to ensure, like, I think the police were trying to like stack up evidence to ensure a conviction. I think that they don't even really know what happened. I think the only people who actually know what happened are maybe just, maybe 5 people tops, and they're all family and longtime friends. And I think maybe if something like that happened, then they started kind of panicking. That ended up, being a situation where they're kind of like, pin it on the girl. And I think that the taillight and all of that stuff, I personally think that that's not intentionally, like, let's say they did, plant the taillight. Let's say, they did break it out. They saw the little crack and they were like, let's break it out and go put some more pieces out there. Let's say that part's true. If that's true, I truly believe it was not done like, hey, let's break out this taillight and go frame her for murder. I think it's like, let's make sure we get this conviction. I think that the intention of the police was not to cover up a murder. I think that their intention was to try to make sure that trying to make there be evidence where there wasn't evidence. You know what I mean? So just a theory. Because if the police believed that she was guilty and stacked the evidence or tried to stack the evidence or whatever, if they believed that she was guilty and did that, that's obviously still totally wrong. But I feel like it's a little bit different than framing, because if they believe that she's like, if you frame somebody, it means that, like, they didn't do it, but you're trying to make it look like they did. I think it could potentially also be a situation where maybe they did think she's guilty and they're just trying to make sure she gets convicted. Yeah, cops do that all the time to get convictions. I mean, we've heard about it in other cases too. So I think that there's only, there's a very small group of people who actually know what happened. And they're in too deep to stop now. You want to do a poll when the verdict will come through? We can do that. What do y'all want the options to be? When will we get a verdict? Okay, we'll say before lunch. We'll say after lunch. There's no court tomorrow, so we can say Friday. Or after Friday. Isn't that what happened with OJ? Yeah, like, that's, and think about how that kind of stuff comes back to bite them. My husband says, I disagree, Brandi. The layered pattern is too clear. It started at the jump when they pretended there was no ring camera footage at Kelleher's. Plus the weird connection to Canton MSP. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just another theory, because I think that it just, I don't know. It might be one of those things too, like they don't know what happened, but they don't want to know what happened. Pin it on the girl and don't, ask too many questions. Otherwise. Kathleen says the verdict is going to happen today because they know there is no court tomorrow and they want it over. That could definitely be true. I'm only voting for before lunch because I'm hoping that's what it will be. Yes. Oh no. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. Did anyone see the jury sheets for the Manuel Lopez trial? Same judge, very different jury sheets. Oh, actually, Jenny, I don't think I have. That's very interesting. I haven't even thought to look at those. The Emmanuel Lopez trial was also anti-Bev, and there was a mistrial on that one too. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. All right, Jessica Machado has them posted. Let's see. All right, this is Jet. So we talk about her a lot. She's a great follow on Twitter for any of you who are on Twitter. She's always giving us insight. Let's see. All right, so this one is Karen Reed. This one's the one from last year. For the manslaughter. For the second offense. Okay, so it's got the not guilty. Or guilty of offenses charged. Or guilty of lesser included involuntary manslaughter. Or guilty of lesser included motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. So that's one from last year. The one from this year, we've been over that one. Here's Michael Chestnut. Let's see. Not guilty. Not guilty by reason of insanity. Guilty of murder in the first degree. Or guilty of murder in the second degree. And then here's the other one. Not guilty by reason of insanity. Guilty. Bless you, Tinsley. Bless you. Tinsley sneezed. Guilty of murder in the first degree. Deliberate premeditation, felony murder. Guilty of murder in the second degree. Guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Those are the different ones. I'm confused why, if they find her guilty on number 5, which is the OUI charge, they can retry. If they find her guilty on number 5, then they can't recharge her. It's only if it's a hung jury on that one. The manslaughter is the top charge for that one. So if they find her guilty of the OUI, or if they find her not guilty of the OUI, as long as they all agree on something, they can't recharge her or retry her on any of it. How are they charging her with OUI? Did they have a wheel witness, meaning did anyone actually see Karen Reed in physical control of the vehicle? Just sitting in the car doesn't count. Yeah, they had Heather Maxon and Ryan Nagel. But Karen also has admitted that she was driving that night. No more questions yet. Oh, yeah. If they're hung on number 5, I think it's messed up too. To be able to recharge for manslaughter because you're hung up on a misdemeanor. And every other cop was also driving intoxicated. Yeah. Like we heard that Higgins literally was drinking that whole time, went to their house, drank some more, and then went to the Canton Police Department and then went home. But they can not guilty number 5, but hung. Well, the number 5 one is the OUI. Here, let me do it like this. Because this seems to be what everybody is confused on. Let me try to make it a little simpler. Who goes to work intoxicated? Apparently, like all of Canton. Apparently. Allegedly. All right. Let me see if I can do something to make this. Okay. I'm going to make this count 2 is manslaughter while OUI. And then count 3. So it seems like well, let me add the lesser included. So I'm going to try to make this Don't mind me, just making something for you. Just talk amongst yourselves. Okay, so this is kind of how it's set up. The ones in red look like the ones that she's going to be not guilty on. It's count 2 that is the one where they have all of these different options. The manslaughter while operating under the influence is the big one. The ones that are under that mic feedback. You have static. Does that change anything? Some of you are saying no static. Some of you are saying static. I hear static. No static for me. Yes, I hear static. No static. Some of you seem like you do and some of you don't. So maybe refresh. I don't know. YouTube be YouTubing. Okay, so these are the ones that they seem to be hung up on. What they do is start from the top, and if they find her not guilty of the manslaughter while operating under the influence, then they go down to the next one. Once they debate that one, they determine, is she guilty? Is she not? They agree she's not. So they go down to the next one. Motor vehicle homicide. If they find her unanimously not guilty of that, then they go down to the OUI. That seems to be the one that they're stuck on. So it is a lesser included on the manslaughter. The problem is it's all under count 2. So if they don't agree one way or the other on that, then the entire count 2 is considered hung. So they can go back to try her again on all of that, like on this with any of the lesser includeds. The reason that's so crazy is because if they're hung up on a misdemeanor OUI, they could charge her again, try her again for manslaughter, which is crazy to me. The form is complicated. They added some verbiage that was like, if you don't like if you find this, if you agree on this, then stop here and sign the verdict slip. Trying to make it a little bit more understandable for them. The number 5 they were talking about is on the actual verdict slip. It says guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence of liquor. So the number 5 that they're hung up on is the OUI. So we'll see if they can come to an agreement on that today. Can't they just circle the OUI? Well, they're supposed to check whichever one they agree with. You check one box or one line or whatever. So it's either not guilty of any of this or pick one that she's guilty of. Yeah, the only not guilty option that they have is the very first one. It's not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. So that one means not guilty of any of this. They add not guilty to the new slip? No, they asked to. They asked to, but she denied that. She did not take the defense's verdict slip that they proposed. She added different wording to the slip that they had to try to make it clear, but she didn't accept the defenses where they had a not guilty for each option. If they had, being hung on the DUI wouldn't be a big deal at all. What are they going to do? Go through this whole trial again for a misdemeanor? No. Court adjourned super early today in the Diddy trial because a juror got sick, apparently. No collision, no manslaughter. That's what's crazy too, because the only one that they're hung up on is the one that has nothing to do with a collision. For every other charge and every other lesser included, for every single one of those, you have to assume that there's a collision. But the DUI is the only one that doesn't have a collision. And that's the one they're hung up on. Which means that they've already discounted that there was a collision. Here's the plus. If they're hung on count 2 OUI, she'll probably send them back like she did last time to keep trying. It took 2 times last time, I think, before she declared a mistrial. Yeah, especially if it's something that small too. I think that they will be able to come to a conclusion. If they send a note saying they're hung on it, she will likely tell them, try again. She still has to read the Tui Rodriguez charge, and then that's it. The manslaughter, I think, is 5 to 20 years, if I remember right. But there's only one not guilty box. That's so confusing. Yeah. I think that's what they were asking too, because that was one of their questions, remember? Because they said, if, where'd it go? If they convict her on one of the subcharges, does that mean that she's convicted for the overall charge? That was one of their questions from yesterday. So I just asked ChatGPT, is the verdict form confusing? Yes, the verdict form in Karen Reed's trial has been widely considered confusing, contributing to significant issues during deliberations. I don't know why she doesn't just directly answer the question. It's not about the consequences of their verdict. It's that they want to make sure they're doing it correctly. I 100% agree with that. I 100% agree with that. So they can say that she is not guilty of manslaughter, but she is guilty of just OUI? Yes. So if they convict her of the OUI, then that's the only conviction that they would do. How do you come up with manslaughter if no accidents? Well, that's the thing, is if they are only hung up on the DUI, then that means that they all agree. No accidents. But if they can't come to an agreement and they hang on that one, then it doesn't matter that they all unanimously agree that she's not guilty of manslaughter. They can try her again for it. I don't think, though, that, they spent 2 months going through all of this. I don't think that they would want to hang on that. I'm curious to know how many are hung up one way or the other. Like how many on each side. If they're hung up on the DUI, how many are guilty and not? Court lunch will be from 12:30 to 1:30 today. Jurors can keep deliberating during that time, but no news during that time. You should record your answer and just play it when another person asks this question. I know I say it over and over and over. The count 4 OUI. So that's the thing, is it's not, the OUI is not count 4. The OUI is a lesser included in count 2. That's right here. Will the manslaughter automatically be included if they tick the OUI? No, if they find her guilty of OUI, it's only OUI. Oh, gosh. If they found guilty on OUI and retried for manslaughter, will Judge Bev still be the judge? Gosh, I hope not. Gosh, I hope not. Oh, I hope not. Yes, if they find her guilty of OUI, it is a not guilty for all other charges. Because by the time you get down to OUI, that means that you've said not guilty on all of these. Brady's been living and breathing this for 2 years. Maybe, just maybe, she knows what she's talking about. Maybe. Tinsley's snoring so loud. The slip doesn't have 5. It has 5 options. Here, I'll show you. It doesn't have 5 counts. It has 5 options under the second count. This right here is offense 2, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So, if they start here, this is all under 2. So this right here is all this. It has nothing to do with that one or the other one. This is all under this. So if they, can you see that on the screen? This is the first charge. So this is how the jury has to go. We'll go through it. We'll go through it like the jury does. So I mark this time because then every time somebody asks me after this, we're going to tell them that this time is where we're going over it. We are 1 hour and 9 minutes into the stream. So let's remember that. So every time somebody asks this again, we'll go through this because I think this might help. This is the second charge. Operate here. We'll scroll up. Let's just be our own jurors right now. Let's be our own jurors. This is what the jurors have to go through. I'll be the foreman. I'll be the foreman. Oh, good. Count clock. That's perfect. Count clock is 15:47. We're starting this at 15:47. Count at the verdict clock at 15:48 now. We are going to go through this as if we are the jurors. This is what they have to do. This is their verdict form. They look at this. Now they have their instructions too. The very first one is the first count. First count, murder in the second degree. They have to choose not guilty or guilty. So as they're going through this, here's what they have to agree on. They have to unanimously all agree that she caused John's death by intentionally gunning it backwards in reverse toward him, disregarding that there would be a strong likelihood of death or serious bodily harm. She did not have to have intent to kill him, only intent to do an act that she knows could likely kill him. This is a mandatory life sentence with the possibility of parole after 15 years. So they go over this and they say, did she intend to do some kind of driving in reverse toward him at however fast they say, and because of that caused his death? So they say not guilty. And then signed by Brandi. Now they're done with count 1. Now they go on to count 2. Count 2 is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So they start at the top. Here are their 5 options. They're supposed to click 1. Either not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. Well, we haven't gone through the lesser included offenses yet. Oh, hold on. They just released the amended. Let's go through the actual amended. They just now released the amended one. So let's go through that one. If I can get it. Hold on. Yeah, because page 1 isn't the confusing one. Everything that's confusing is all on that second page. Why is this not working? Let's try it this way. Let me see if I can get the... It's not letting me pull it up. Whatever. They changed. I'll try to pull it up in a minute. For whatever reason, it's not letting me pull it up now. Okay, so they've changed the wording a little bit on this. I'll pull it up when I can. But they have 5 options here for them to choose from. You start at the top and go down. They have added in the verbiage. If you find this one, then stop here and go to the verdict or to the sign thing or whatever and sign it. And if you find not guilty on this one, go to the next one. So the guilty of the offense as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And then they can choose if it's just under the influence or they think that they proved that she was 0.08 or greater. In order to find her guilty of this, the jury would have to unanimously agree that Karen caused John's death by driving intoxicated and recklessly, ignoring that her driving created a high likelihood of danger. It would mean that she didn't necessarily mean to kill him, but she meant to drive backward toward him at a high speed and those conditions, and that put him in danger. This can carry a sentence of 5 to 20 years. So from what we're hearing on their questions, they said, you know what? We don't think that she's guilty of that one. Let's go on to the next one. Is she guilty of the lesser included of involuntary manslaughter? Involuntary manslaughter would mean pretty much the same thing as the last, but without the driving drunk part. All that does is take out the driving drunk part. So you would still have to believe that she caused his lawyer, or caused his lawyer, I was reading something, that she caused his death by hitting him because of her driving and all of that. So again, this one assumes that there is a collision. Okay, so if they don't believe there was a collision or don't believe it was proven, they say no to that one, they go on to the next one. The next one is motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. For this one, it would mean that they unanimously agree that she drove intoxicated and her negligent operation, which a reasonable person would not have done, caused John's death. So based on what their questions say, once again, this means that she's driving and caused his death because of her driving. It sounds like they're like, nope, we don't believe that one. So then they go on to the next one. Guilty of a lesser included offense, operating under the influence of liquor. They don't know if it was, they have to choose if they believe that it was proven that her blood alcohol level was 0.08 or greater, or if they just proved that she was intoxicated. That means that this one is the only one that doesn't involve her causing John's death. That's it. This is the one that they seem like they're hung up on. So their options are either they say not guilty of this and then sign it if they can all agree that it wasn't proven, or, and if they say not guilty of this, then they put in the verbiage that, and as soon as it lets me pull it up, I will, but they put in the verbiage like, if not on this one, then go back to that first one and check not guilty. So let's say they're like, you know what? We all agree that they didn't prove it. So then they would mark that one out too. And then it has the verbiage to go back to number one. Then they would mark this, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included, and then sign it and go on to the next one. Then they go to the third count. Third is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. If there was no accident, she couldn't have left it. Not guilty, signed, done. That's it. Does that make it more understandable? So the first and third are not the problem. It's the second offense, the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And then the lesser includeds under that are the involuntary manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, or operating under the influence of liquor. Those are our blue ones that are right there. Those are the ones they're confused on. So that's why there's 5 options, because it's not that there's 5 lesser includeds. It's that they have the first option for them to check is not guilty of all of them. And then they have the main one. And then they have 1, 2, 3 lesser includeds. Does that help? So they can choose OUI only, but not linked to John. Yes. Let's look at, see if it'll let me pull it up now. It wouldn't let me pull it up a second ago. If I can pull up the new amended one. Now, can you go explain that to the jurors? Yes. Why can't I get... Good morning. It's not letting me on Twitter to get... Let me see if I have it in my email yet. Can someone email me the one they just released? It's not letting me pull it up for some reason on my stuff. If you can email me the new one, we'll go over that one. For some reason, it's not letting me pull this up. I know it's posted on X. It's not letting me pull up X. I don't know why. No clue why. Brandi at brandichurchwell.com. Lucy ate my verdict slip. You know what? She was also trying to eat my breakfast, so. She does that. Brendan blocked you because you make sense. Wouldn't surprise me. It's not letting me on X. All right, here we go. Thank you for sending this. All right, let's see if I can. Let's see if I can do it now. We'll go over we'll do the same thing we just did, but on the new one and see if that makes it, see if it did make it any easier for them. Dust yourself off and try again. Okay. Oh, come on. Come on. Why am I all of a sudden having all kinds of tech problems? It's not even Tech Problem Tuesday. Come on. Oh. Wires crossed Wednesday. I like that. That's kind of what we're doing here. All right. Download. All right. See if we can do it this way. So these are the two. Now it's on 2 pages because they made it more better. Oh, this is going great. Everything's going great. This is great. We're all great. All right. Here's this. Okay. So we're on the second one now. These are 2 pages. Let me close all this out. These are the 2 pages for this one now. So the main charge is manslaughter while operating motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, right? Those ones that they were the lesser includeds. Oh, here, let me do it like this. Hold on. Hold on. This is better because that one's hard to see. Thank you, Julia. This is a lot easier to see. Now I can zoom in more. All right, so this is where they are. This is where they're going now. Okay, so let's say we're the jury and we're going through all of this together as a family. It's one big, happy juror family. They start up here. The first offense is, or not the first offense, it's the second offense, but you know what I mean. The top one is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So in the above entitled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. So they have to look at the lesser included offenses first, right? The second option right here, guilty of the offenses charged. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So you check one or both. And again, this is whether it's just under the influence or if you think that they proved that it was 0.08 or greater. Based on what they said, it looks like they were like, you know what? We don't think that she's guilty of that one. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty, which is where we're at, right? Then continue below. So then we go to the next one, involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Okay, so do we think that she's guilty of involuntary manslaughter? No. So what do? We continue to the next page. All right, next page. Is she guilty of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence? Based on their questions, it sounds like they're saying no, they don't think she is. If you find her guilty of that one, stop and sign the verdict slip. We didn't. If you find her not guilty, then continue below. So we continue below. The next one, operating under the influence of liquor. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop. If you find the defendant not guilty on this and all other offenses, check the box, check the first box on page 1. So then you go back to this one and you would check not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included. So that's what their form is now. But what it seems like is that this is the one that they are hung up on. I don't understand why it doesn't say stop and sign the verdict slip on the 5th like the other one. Can you explain? Nope. Sure can't. Because it should. But it doesn't. Court is not closed on Friday that I'm aware of. So I'm not stupid. No, you're not. It should say that. Is it evidence that her blood was tested at the hospital? It is evidence that her blood was tested at the hospital. The problem is how reliable that is. That's the issue. We talked about that yesterday. There's so many complications around that testing and the retrograde extrapolation. So it's kind of like, yeah, they tested it, but how reliable is that range that they gave? Not super reliable. But you know, they argued it, so we'll see how they No, it shouldn't. It says go up and choose not guilty. That's for not guilty. But it says if you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop. It's just, I would assume that I would hope that they know that after they do that they would sign it, but who knows? Was Proctor at the hospital? Yes. Not only how reliable, but at what time? Yeah, because they took her blood at like 9:00 something. It was just after 9:00. And then they did their retrograde extrapolation. But see, the thing about that is there's, too many variables. They don't know when she stopped drinking. They don't know, how her body processes alcohol. They don't know. There's so many things they don't know. So. Does the jury know how unreliable it is? They made those arguments during the cross-examination on that. So hopefully the jury paid attention to that. If they didn't test her blood until 9 the next day, how can they prove when she drank? And they really can't. That's one of the things that, Jackson was saying. She was mad because he wasn't coming home, like she could have gone home and drank or whatever. We don't know when her last drink was. There's so much reasonable doubt. I agree. A little clearer, but still muddy. If you don't know the BAC from 12:30, then you can't say she's over the limit. Which I agree with you, which I think that's, here's speculation fingers. Here's what I think. I think that there are some in the jury who agree with this. And then they also think about Karina Kolakithis saying she wasn't drunk, et cetera, et cetera. And then I think that there are probably some in the jury who are thinking about that one clip of her in the video where she's saying that she was buzzed and she wasn't as sharp as she should be or whatever. So I think that if I had to guess or speculate, I think that those are probably the things that they're caught up on. Where does counsel go while they wait if they have to be within 10 minutes? I think that they were going to David Yanetti's office for some of it. They were at like a church or something last time, right? If Karen gets a DUI, I think everybody that night should get DUIs also, right? They all drinking and driving. Crazy. Even the OUI has doubt cast on it. Like Brandi said, though, that Karen admitting to being buzzed in the interview that was played for the jury. I truly believe that that is the only thing that they're really hung up on. Deciding whether or not to convict her because she said in that interview that she was buzzed. Let's go back and watch it. Let's watch exactly what she said. Hmm. Let me figure out what day it was. Day 3. Day 3 live. We'll listen to it. We'll listen to the clip they played and see exactly what she said and how she said it. Because I think that's what they're hung up on. Every time my phone buzzes, I'm like,
At the waterfall. And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive? Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
'Cause you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I
Drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
it's happy.
Yeah.
It's
'Cause you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I'd have like a normal amount. Like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a
Yeah,
sense.
buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like all soda water with lime. Not that I need it to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would come as 2. But frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks, I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive, and did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Okay, so those are the ones that. Let me write this down. 151. Those are the ones that they probably are considering when it comes to the OUI. If I had to venture a guess. Yeah, if there's no collision, the DUI. Well, see, that's the thing. It's like if there's no collision, the DUI doesn't matter in all of the other charges. It's only this one because this one doesn't have anything about the, you know, about the DUI, or I mean, about the collision in it. It's just the DUI. She probably wishes she never did those. Where'd that go? If I was a juror, I'd rather let her slide on a likely OUI than have her get retried for manslaughter. But see, that's the thing is I don't think that they understand that that's what would happen. So best case scenario, acquittal on all. Next best case scenario, the only guilty verdict would be the OUI. It feels like it's been hours and it's only 10:49. I know, right? We've been live for 2 hours. I don't know why I can't, like, all of a sudden, I can't access X on my computer at all. It won't let me pull it up. I have no idea why. Like, it does this. And then that. No clue why. I've been 86th. Clear your cookies. How do you do that? I tried a different browser. Browser settings. It worked for me earlier. Oh. Oh. Sorry, I wasn't getting my text messages. My bad. You want to see what's going on outside? We'll get on and see. Are we thinking verdict after lunch? Most people thought the verdict was coming today, so I think it is. I can't do Lucy Cam because I had to plug in my other microphone. Verdict after lunch so they can get a free lunch. Did you see the threats on Karen if she's found not guilty? No, but it doesn't surprise me. People are crazy. She'll have to move. Maybe, but keep in mind though, she's not in Canton. People on X are saying they have a plant on the jury. I don't think so. I mean, I guess technically you never know what's happening, but I don't think so. Okay, I just cleared my cookies or whatever. Are there rules for supporters around the courthouse, like no cheering, shouting, etc.? Yeah, they have specific guidelines for the buffer zone that they have to follow. Nothing that can interfere with the jury or interfere with justice. Now none of my internet is working. I don't know what's happening. Tech problem Tuesday came a day late. What is happening to my computer right now? making me log back in. Hold on. Oh, wait, it has the manager thing. I have to. It'll drive me crazy. Hold on. All right, there's our only fan back. Brennan's hacking me for talking smack. Wouldn't surprise me. He wouldn't be able to hack me because he can't even get Apple Health data right. He calls it healthcare data. Why do you think the defense did not put video clips in their full context? I don't know. I don't know if they were able to. All kinds of tech problems. Fun. I don't think the crowd is going to care about how loud they are when she walks out a free woman. That one will be different because it'll be over by then. But they just anything like it's courthouse stuff. It's not just for this case. I mean, it's any case. You can't do anything to interfere with justice or jurors or anything. That's not just this case. The difference in this case was they had that buffer zone that was in place to kind of spread out what the rules are on any courthouse property as far as like you remember they had the discussions about like no, yelling at the like jurors or people walking in or witnesses or anything like that. Like all that kind of stuff that's normal stuff. Like you can't do that at any courthouse, right? The difference was they extended this kind of out a little bit and then had all kinds of other stuff about what they can wear and what they can't, et cetera, et cetera. There's a cat scratching to get in my office right now, and Lucy is at the door. Very upset over it. Do we know if they're wearing their Sunday best again? I don't think that they're dressed any different. Luce, leave that cat alone. It's okay. It's all right. Calm down. Oh. Hi. Tech problems. See, I'm not the only one with tech problems. Tech problem Tuesday. There's a lot of people there. It's a lot of pink. On Wednesdays, we wear pink. I think when they announce the verdict, think about all these people. They're going to be going crazy.
Say something, you tell me I don't get to say something, you tell me I don't get to work that way. It don't work that way, right? It can't happen both ways, right?
And if there was more time, after this trial, you don't sound.
All those people out there probably refreshing their phones 100 times.
Sure, I'm live right now. Crime Junkie Jury.
Hi. So that's like for but it's like
I guess I'm using it. Loving it.
Live and dead. How we doing?
That's good.
Free Karen Reed. Enough is enough. Enough is
I mean, things are to me,
We'll get some try to get some clear videos. I'll be right back, y'all. Okay. Sorry, had to run real quick. We have an hour and 20 minutes. Till lunch. Dang it. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. Had to have a side bark. Dogs were going crazy. Trey says thinking we'll get one more jury question today. I don't know. I still think we could get maybe a verdict. The fact that they're still going, the fact that they're still, you know, discussing it. Maybe they're trying to work it out and get it decided so we can all go back to our regularly scheduled lives. Questions give me hope. Yeah, those questions yesterday for sure. The jury's holding the whole world up. Don't they know we got stuff to do? Personally, I feel like the fact that they're still deliberating means that they're still trying to figure out Bev's answer to the third question. Maybe. That picture of Hank glaring at Turtle Boy is kind of scary. Right. Like, grow up. He's such a... such a child. They said lunch today from 12:30 to 1:30. The picture's on X, but I don't know why I can't get onto X anymore. No clue. I'm just all of a sudden not able to get on my computer. Can't PD hacked your computer. I don't know. I have a bunch of protections on my computer. If I restart, the live will stay up. It'll just be black for a second. Please let there be a verdict today. I can't do this any longer. I know, right? I can access it on my phone, just not my computer. Look. Look at that. Like, what's the point of that? Why? Look at that face. Maybe Hank's really a turtle rider. Do you think that's real picky? Yes, because there were multiples. Somebody used that picture with the caption, when the Chinese food buffet owner sees me going back to my seat with my 18th plate. That's hilarious. That's really funny. Hank's face is Dr. Laposada when he mentioned tofu. That's my husband's face when my Amazon shows up. Look, I love Amazon. The problem is I don't have a lot of time to, shop or leave the house. So Amazon saves me.
Oh,
Hi.
hi.
Hello.
Oh my gosh. Why am I so big, Brandi? I think, did I freeze or?
I don't know. I've been having computer problems for the last hour, so I don't know.
Oh
I'm
no.
aliens.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Oh no, it's fine. It'll be, normally we have tech problem Tuesday, but it came a day late this time. So
Okay. So sorry. A day late. Tech problem Tuesday. You're so funny.
So tell me what's going on. I heard that Diddy ended early today.
Oh my goodness. Yes. We walked in this morning and the judge was a little bit late. And it turns out a juror had to turn around and go home because they had vertigo. And so there was a quick sidebar, a quick discussion. People, I think, the lawyers were wondering if this was a prolonged health issue, if there would be other problems, should they dismiss this juror? So I guess as of right now, they're just, adjourning for the day, and we'll go from there. But there seems to be some crazy juror issues right now. I'm a little nervous because, Brandi, I have to say, it's been 6 weeks of this. If there is a mistrial because of a jury issue, I can't even imagine that. Oh my gosh. No. I'm like, no. Oh my gosh. Allie Mark is in the chat. Hi, Allie. This is so fun. She's a mom friend of mine. She moved to Miami and she used to live in New York City. I love her.
Aww.
Yeah, so fun. But yeah, Brandi, I'm actually super interested because yesterday I walked out of court and I had a million texts about a possible Reed verdict. And I was shaky. It was so crazy. I was literally shaky. I was like, oh my God. And then, yeah, of course, didn't happen. But can I ask you this? Oh, and yes, Diddy does have alternate jurors, but, and they're all out there, obviously watching every day, but this juror in particular was not an alternate. So, and just really quickly, before I ask you about Karen Reed, the judge got super pissed yesterday because there was a second juror issue that the press didn't know about. They had discussed it briefly in the robing room. Somehow TMZ got all this information about this second juror issue, printed an article about it, and the judge was like, who told the press? And it was horrible because they said it could be, or he said it could be a contempt issue. He was talking about even getting their phones, like the defense.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like it was a whole thing. So we don't know what happened there, but he was so mad yesterday. But anyway, I wanted to ask you, did Cannoni actually hand out the same jury slips that were so effing confusing during trial one with no, is that literally what happened?
I think they're even more confusing than the first trial, honestly. So the second count is the one that's the problem. Like the first count is like the second degree murder. The third count is the leaving the scene. Those are easy because there's only one indictment, one option, either guilty or not guilty.
Yes.
That middle one is the one that is the problem because it's like it has the actual original offense indictment is the manslaughter while operating motor vehicle under the influence. That one's the top one, but then they have all these other ones. So it's like what was it? The involuntary manslaughter and then motor vehicle homicide while intoxicated or whatever.
It's involuntary manslaughter?
Involuntary manslaughter is one of the
Right. But do you see how stupid this is? How do you charge someone with murder too and involuntary manslaughter? I don't understand. I'm not a lawyer, but I find that to be really stupid. Those are two, right? It just seems conflicting. Either you had intent or you didn't have intent.
Yeah. Well, see, the way that Brennan is trying to argue it is where there's the three prongs for the intent. You have either intent to, either intent to kill or grievous bodily harm, or I think however it's worded, or you intended to do the act that you should have known could lead to the likelihood. And that's the one that he says he's arguing. He said, we're not trying to say that she intended to kill him. We're trying to say that she intended the act that she would have known creates a strong likelihood of killing him. So he's saying that by her allegedly gunning it in reverse and, going backward toward him, that she intended to do that act knowing it could kill him. And that's why they're charging her the way that they're charging her.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I have to say, as rough as Diddy is, I am secretly so glad that I did not follow this last part because I did not pay attention to the jury instructions, anything like that. And all of this, because it was so frustrating the first time around. I cannot believe that it's worse, Brandi.
Yeah.
I'm so shocked. That's so insane.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say any, I'll stop there. I don't want to be negative. But wow.
Yeah. And it's it's funny too, because David Yannetti and the defense had said, okay, here's this other verdict form. Let's give them this one. It's a lot clearer. It's a lot easier to follow. And Bev was like, no, we're good. And she denied it without a hearing. Didn't
was it like
have
this?
any. Yeah.
Sorry.
The Darth Vader,
the
Vader breathing into the microphone. Yeah. So she denied it, had no like didn't even want to discuss it, was just like, nope, don't have to, so not going to. And then it's funny because he was like, you know, this will make it so much clearer. And then of course they come back and everything on that second count is very unclear. So that's what they're asking about. So yesterday, their questions kind of gave us some insight into where they're at, because they asked the first ones that they read out in court were 3 questions. It was the time of the OUI. So they're wanting to know if like, is that going to be 12:45, which is when they, you know, tried to do the retrograde extrapolation for.
Doesn't know, right? Doesn't he not know?
No. And it's not on the indictment. So they can't. So Judge Canoni said she's not going to give them a time. But they were wanting to know if it's like that time or if they're supposed to be looking at the 5 a.m. as a potential time. So the judge was like, you are the finder of fact. So you have all the evidence. You decide what it means and what you're going to do. So no answer on the time there. And then the second one was, are the video clips evidence? And if so, how can we consider them? So we just rewatched those clips where she's talking about whoever it was that was talking to her, asked her, you know, like, well, so were you buzzed? And she's like, yeah, buzzed. And she said something about how, you know, she wasn't as clear as she normally is. So they had asked about those being considered as evidence. I think that they're hung up on the DUI or OUI or whatever because of that clip. Because if you were just going to try to convict her with the evidence they gave, it's not evidence. We don't know when she stopped drinking. We don't know, you know, like everybody said she wasn't acting drunk. So we don't really know enough, definitely not beyond moral certainty to be able to do that. I think what they're hung up on is her saying in that clip that she was buzzed. So
I am so angry at her lawyers for, I can't even tell you, Brandi, I am like, they are such a smart team, such a capable team. And, you know, I think, I'm not sure if you knew this, but I interviewed Terry Dunn Muir, who directed the ID series, and I got access to it, the series early, and I interviewed her. I mean, it was awful for me because I got trolled really hard. Like it was, I had to hop off, like for a simple interview, Brandi, I got trolled. Like one of the content creators played my interview, stopped and started it. And I said nothing wrong. I was just asking questions and the chat was commenting about my clothes. It was so absurd. But
do you remember though, that very first tweet that you ever did? I told you, I remember I texted you. I was like, just so you know, be prepared for this.
You literally said that to me. You did. And because I jumped on, I think it was January 2024 when I first started looking into the case and you were like, be careful. And I was kind of like, cool. I don't know what you mean. Like, it's fine. Like, I was thinking I can handle it. I'm an adult. I can handle people that I don't know talking crap. You know what I mean? But actually it's hard. You can't.
It's another level.
Yes. It affects you in ways you didn't think were totally possible. And it's hard to explain that because intellectually I know it doesn't matter, but you know what I'm saying. I feel like we've had chats about this, but what happened was I think Karen and her team, I mean, the director said this to me, they genuinely thought she was going to be acquitted. So when they were doing this, they thought it would be over, yada, yada. And it wasn't. So, but when I watched that doc, I was like, why? But in contrast, I took the time last night randomly in bed to watch some testimony from some of the witnesses this time around. Jen McCabe, specifically, Carrie Roberts, and just some of the defense. I think it was Nick Barros. So I was watching like a compilation that somebody posted, and I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not blaming things on the witnesses, just to put that out there. But things that Jen McCabe said on the stand, it could be, and I feel like this could be the same thing in the Diddy trial. Text messages we saw from Jane, which is one of Diddy's accusers, came after Cassie's lawsuit dropped, right? She said all the right buzzwords. I felt exploited. I felt coerced. All the right buzzwords after the lawsuit dropped. I am not saying that she did not feel that way previously. I am saying she reiterated this after the fact. Jen McCabe on the stand, when she wasn't asked, she would offer things like, well, I didn't think that anything was wrong with my sister and her husband because your client was saying she hit him. He didn't ask that. Jackson didn't ask that. He would ask something else and she would say, what was her answer? She would say, well, he never went in the house. So, and it was like, He didn't ask that either. She's offering things after the fact that I found to be slightly suspect. Just meaning that, not saying you did it, but you're possibly hiding something, right?
Yeah.
You're, and again, I know that you're familiar with like the Grant Solomon case, and it's like, everybody thinks dad did it. I'm not saying dad necessarily did it, but listen to that 911 call, okay? Analyze that. There's something he's hiding. I just don't know what it is. So that's kind of how I feel about some of these witnesses.
Yeah. And it's hard too, because it's like, once you feel like they're hiding something, and I've said this before too, like with the whole thing about, them rehoming their phones and, all of the butt dials and all of this, it doesn't mean that they're hiding something nefarious with this case, but they're definitely hiding something.
Exactly.
So because we are looking at them in the context of this case and we see that they're hiding something, it could be that, one of them is having an affair, or, there's something going on the side and they're hiding something for that reason. But because we see them hiding something and we have them in context of this case, it makes us all like, wait a minute.
Brandi, that's exactly how I feel. That is exactly how I feel, because I personally, and for me, when I saw Brian Higgins, that video footage that we had never seen during trial 1 of him in the hallway after he said he was moving cars, and then he's answering his phone, but he was sleeping. And it's like, so what are you hiding? Like, we know what he was hiding, right? I know that he was technically hiding his relationship with Karen Reed, but what else? Because of that night in particular, those lies, and so I think the same just goes for everybody in that group, in terms of like, why, what is it, what does it matter? Just be forthright. And so it's a bit confusing. And again, I'm not blaming anybody, because I wasn't there. I don't know what happened, but it just does seem very strange to refer to your friend, Matt McCabe. I'm trial 1. The guy never went in the house. And you're like, the guy? That's your friend. That is your friend. Even Jen McCabe's 911 call, there's a man in the snow. That always killed me. Again, she could be panicking. I have not, knock on wood, been in that situation, so I won't. But still, it's one of those things that you're like, I don't know. I think I would say, my friend, you know?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, same. Because she knows that, and Brennan knows that that's been one of those things that everybody's like, why is she saying it like that? Like, that just seems so weird. And in this context, it makes it sound kind of like suspicious. And so he knows that. So he tried to get ahead of that this time on direct too, because he was like, when you said that there's a man in the snow, why did you do that? And she's like, well, I just wanted to try to give as many, details as I could to be as helpful as I could. Like, and that's not what it sounds like. Like, saying my friend is passed out in the snow, like whatever age man, whatever, like that's one thing. But she said there's a man in the snow. And that just doesn't sound like how we all expect that call to sound.
Nope. Even, if you want to give details, say he's a Boston police officer. Those are details, he's my friend. Like, I don't know. It just, when she was on the stand this time around, I just felt like she was offering details that were not asked of her. And it was more of a whole rehearsed type of thing. So,
100%.
that, and the whole, like, I guess Carrie Roberts on the stand, the fact that even Canoni was like, did you lie? And she was like, looked at her like so horrified, like, how could you do this to me? I don't know if you remember that, but her surprise looking at Canoni asking, and then just the way she snapped back. And I don't know if witnesses realize this, that it doesn't look great to be combative to, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't look great for the prosecution side either. So, and we've seen a lot of that. Kelly, what's her face? Dever, whatever. You can't say it wrong apparently, but
God forbid.
She was horrible. I'm just like, how can you sit there? You're not a great witness for either side when you act like that.
Right. Yeah. It just makes you question everything, and it makes you question the weight of what you would put on their testimony. Because if I see somebody behaving in that way on the stand, and then you compare that to like the ARCA experts, those crash guys got up there and they were being like attacked, and they still, like kept their calm. Now, Rentschler did snap back a couple times because Brennan was so aggressive with him, unnecessarily aggressive. So he snapped back a couple times. I was like, oh, here, I'll talk slower and clearer so you can, understand me. But that's because he had already answered the question, and Brennan is still trying to badger him about it. So, if you, but even after that, like even with those couple little snapbacks from Rentschler, it's still, he was still so respectful toward it. It wasn't evasive. There wasn't any question that he, you know, wouldn't want to answer or that he got, you know, rude about. It was just the difference in how the defense witnesses behaved during cross-examination versus how a lot of those prosecution witnesses did. It's just, it's wild.
Yeah, I totally agree. And when I walked out of court yesterday and I was hearing that there might be a verdict and what they asked, I was just like, I mean, how many times have I been called a grifter? Because I was like, oh my gosh, there's so much doubt in this case. I don't really think she did it. I mean, I'm having trouble processing this case. And then I brought this up obviously many times, but I just still can't get over Brennan saying, well, we don't know that a collision happened. We're not sure. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry, what? So walking out yesterday, I was, when I thought there was a verdict, it brought me back to like 7th grade. That thing we used to do and get suspended for, like the suck it. Like I literally was like doing that. I wanted to like walk and be like, yeah, I was crying. Immediately I thought of that, but I was just like, oh, I hate everyone right now. I mean, God, imagine Karen Reed. I'm not even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's wild. I truly believe that based on their questions that they have reached the not guilty verdict on the second-degree murder and the leaving the scene. And I think that's great because you know, like that, like the first jury came to the same realization, and the only difference is they weren't, you know, they didn't get to ask the question about how to record it, make it work, whatever. So I think that based on what they're saying, there's an acquittal on those. It's interesting that they're hung up on the DUI one. If the way that verdict slip is written, if they are not able to come to an agreement on that and they do hang on that, they could retry her for the manslaughter. Which is wild.
Not, would they? I don't think that would be, the people of Massachusetts would have to put a stop to that, I feel like, or the Commonwealth. I mean, that is, I can't, I cannot imagine that, right? Do you think they would do manslaughter standalone charge for a third time?
I don't know. We were talking about that earlier today because it's like, think about how much, like how long and expensive that trial is for a manslaughter. I feel like, you know, but then also like, I feel like they want her so badly, you know, and so maybe, I don't know.
I mean, what is actually, or what should be very concerning, I think, to Karen Reed is if she is found guilty on, you know, whichever charge, that Judge Cannoni is the one that decides her sentence. And it has been very clear, in my opinion, just my opinion only, that I don't think she likes the defendant. I don't think she likes Karen Reed at all. And I think that she's been disgusted by this entire trial 1, trial 2, because of the public attention and the positive attention that Karen's gotten. I can see her making a total example out of her, sentencing her to the max because of just I don't know what the right word is, but just what's happened outside of the courtroom and all of the extra drama, whatever. And I mean, the fact that Karen actually said something about Judge Cannoni in the HBO Max doc. She actually said, and it wasn't horrible, but she said, you know, and that judge, I mean, this is my life. Like she said something along those lines. So it wasn't positive, but it wasn't, you know, horrible. But I was like, oh, you shouldn't say anything about the judge because she could have your fate in her hands.
Yeah. Yeah. And I agree. Like, you know, when she was doing the documentary and all of that, like they weren't expecting there to be another trial that all of this would be brought up in, you know? So, it was a gamble, and it was, you know, potentially not a great one. That was, you know, it was interesting to see Brennan using a lot of those clips and so many of them so out of context, you know, especially the Jim McCabe one where it's like, you know, Jim McCabe, it's either you or me going down, or however it was said. There was no context behind that. The context would have made such a difference on that. But, you know, I
mean, I remember I was like, that is not a good clip. And wait, I'm sorry, Brandi, did you say that this is all considered evidence, or this was just layered in as whatever?
Yeah, they have the clips are considered evidence. They were entered in. Those clips are considered
Okay.
evidence. So they are instructed to give it whatever weight they decide to give it, just as they would any other evidence.
And that's when I get upset at her lawyers. That's when I'm like, you guys, with this, we would be not having this conversation right now. She would have been most likely acquitted a couple of days ago, in my opinion, if these clips did not exist. But somebody in the chat, is this funny, Miss Reed? That was the cringiest moment. Oh my gosh, last year with the jury slip, right? That was the jury slip day. Is it funny, Miss Reed? Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And now here we are a year later going through it again with a confusing jury slip again. And
I know. Wait, this is just random side note. So I got on a stream before this and my shirt was kind of like this. And it reminded me, I hadn't seen it framed up, but it reminds me of like your senior yearbook
senior picture.
I'm going like this. I'm like off the shoulder. I'm like, boom. I'm like, what is wrong with me? Like, why would I bring myself back to 1998 right now? I don't know. What's going on.
I love it.
Retire this shirt. So what do you think? Verdict today?
I think we'll get a verdict today. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that they have come so far that if they are hanging up right now on the DUI charge, I think that, if they say that they're hung on it, she'll give the Tui Rodriguez, or Allen charge, dynamite charge. They call it something different everywhere. But I think that they'll give that. I don't think that they would want to have spent 2 months going through all of this to hang on a charge. I think that they want to see it through. And I would give anything to know what their vote is right now. Like how many are saying, guilty of the DUI and how many are saying not guilty of the DUI. I would love to know that, because if it's like split down the middle, it might be harder to come to, agreement on that. If it's, majority versus minority, then maybe, they'll be able to do it. So I have hope that we will get a verdict today. So.
Yeah. And I think that this time around, I remember people had said, or maybe it was the judge or maybe it was even the Supreme Court. They said that the defense, when Judge Cannone called the mistrial, they accepted it and they didn't ask what were the verdicts on the separate charges, or were there verdicts on separate charges. I think this time around, clearly they know better. And they've also gotten an indication as of yesterday that they probably should ask, because it'll go in their favor. So I'm thinking if she even tries to say, I'm declaring a mistrial type of thing, they're going to say, whoa,
yeah,
let's go through the charges. But my gosh, if she doesn't do that without being asked, that would be crazy. Yeah. That would never happen. She wouldn't even do that because she doesn't want, right? The entire.
She knows everybody's watching. And especially with everything last year, like I feel like there's no way that they would allow that to happen. Like if, speaking objections, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, I feel like if it gets to that point, they will vocally say, they would want it on the record. Like, no, we want to know, specifically.
Yeah.
I feel like even if she tried, which I'm like, there's too many people watching. She knows that. There's no way she would try that. But then again, I've been shocked at times when I shouldn't have been shocked over, how things were handled. So
with Cannone's decision making.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, no, totally. And you know what I was thinking about? So in the recent Harvey Weinstein, the retrial, this is what ended up happening. And this is not, some of this is unofficial, but I was covering that trial right before Diddy. Like I was actually very worried that Harvey opening statements and Reed opening statements would be on the same day. Thank goodness they weren't. So I attended those, and I was present for a lot of that trial. And what happened was he was found guilty on one charge. I think it was rape in the 3rd degree, and then not guilty on another, and then hung on one. And what I think they are going to work out, because I spoke to his attorney off the record, this is not for sure, but they're going to work out something where he gets a super light sentence for that, taking that like hung. Or basically he was going to plead guilty or something and then get a super light sentence if the judge asked him to, but they came back hung. And I think he's going to get like 8 years in total and like time served. So he might just do 3 extra years after this retrial, which is a huge win for him. Yeah. So huge win.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
But Yeah.
It's crazy. So many big cases going on right now.
I know. And the judge in Diddy is so much more patient. I think I'm just watching him when they ask for sidebars and he's like, sure. He says it with a smile, Brandi. Like he actually, and I think about Kanoni and she's like,
yeah.
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 She's like, even yesterday they asked for 2 minutes to confirm. She's like, you can have 1 minute. I'm like, really? Like, come on, dude.
Oh
Like,
gosh. Yeah.
Like, you have to even try to argue with 2 minutes. Like, oh no, I won't give you 2 minutes. I'm going to give you 60 seconds less than that, and like make it known, verbally for everyone to know that I'm not allowing you to have that extra 60 seconds. Like, come on, bro.
I know. That's again why I've just been really kind of relieved to not watch Kanoni's every move this time around. So troubling, so stressful, but yeah. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Kanoni likes to talk to her Apple Watch. I did see her Apple Watch. She was getting text messages at one point.
Yes. Yeah. She's something else. I'm ready to not have to hear her or Brennan anymore. I'm ready for that.
So does he have his own he just has his own practice at this point, Brennan. I don't even know so who has he represented, I guess, in the last 5 years? Do we even know? I feel like I need to look this up. Like, who has he gotten anyone acquitted? Because he generally does defense. So
Whitey is the only one that Whitey Bulger is the only one that I even know. That's his only high profile client that I even know. You know what's funny though? Like on his website, I think it said something about like, it has the areas of practice and specialties and different things that he defends. One of the things I think was dog bites. And I was like,
oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh wait, it says he's listed as a super lawyer. That's interesting. I was just looking. Yeah. It says he's had other notable clients, but they don't list them anywhere. Okay. That's so weird. Yeah, interesting. I know. That's interesting that he's a super lawyer. Diddy also has a super lawyer, Xavier Donaldson. But what I'm learning is that I think that is sort of a title that you could possibly not pay for, but if you want the title, you have to pay or something. But I think it brings your name up in searches and all that stuff. So who knows?
Gotcha.
Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is crazy. I have my whole day, so I'm gonna catch up on some things. I mean, I'm like such a gift right now.
I know. Anytime they call a half day, I'm like, yes, I have time.
I love that you say a half day.
Yeah, that's what Judge Kanoni calls. She says a half day. So now they've all become half days here. I was like, I'll never be able to say the word half again. It'll all be half days, half everything.
Half. Yeah, love it.
Get caught up, and then hopefully you'll have a verdict today, and you can pop back in and watch the verdict with us.
I can't wait. I will. I'm totally, if there is a verdict coming, and I'm going to have you on in the background, like as always. So I cannot wait. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks, Brandi.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Aw. Love her. She's the best. I think I'll add the word, where'd that go? I think I'll add the word super in front of my title too. Yeah, I think so too. Super podcaster. I like the sound of that. Brandi Churchwell, super podcaster. All right, I'm going to give y'all some videos. Some videos. We got 40 minutes until lunch. Your peer attorneys have to nominate you to be a super lawyer. All right, here's one video. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are we? Did y'all see it? Went great. That's it. Just joking. Let me see if I can fix the speed. Super walking, super video. I have no idea why it's doing that. Hold on, let me see if the other one is.
I'm standing on the sidewalk like this.
Isn't that crazy?
I am truly heading to base now.
Who makes your stuff?
That was your call, like exactly. You didn't want to sit in the people. Yeah, you have to be that tough.
Yeah, I didn't get that vibe. Yeah, but regardless, it's like, but she's okay.
I checked if it wasn't another bill. So basically,
He has been on the public payroll for probably 30 years. On his teeth. In some capacity or another. He is very close to a
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, Chat Daddy brought me lunch. All right, so that's one of them. Let me see. I don't know why this one's going so fast. Hold on. Let's see if we can speed. Let's see if we can slow it down. Nope, even that's still really fast. Oh, wait, I can't see anything. Here, we'll just go through manually. How's that? That's a lot of pink. It seems like so far everybody's getting along. Until troublemakers show up. A review on Hank's website calls him I'll keep my comments to myself on that one. Keep it to myself. Somebody live. No comments. No comments. My only comment will be that is not what my review would say. Oh, I can get on X now. Oh, look, now that I can get on X. Loyal everyday watchers on the scene today. See what else is happening. Here's some more pictures. How is it only 12? I don't know. The building is very pretty. They have lunch in 30 minutes. I feel like today has been 3 days already. Same. Time crawls when you're watching a spinning fan. Trying to see if I see anything else. Anything else exciting? Trying to see if there's any other updates or anything that I can give y'all since I'm finally able to get back on here now. But I don't see anything. Nothing happening. What are we waiting for? I can't play the podcast episode. It's not on my YouTube the way that it was before. But while we're on lunch, y'all can listen to it. I just can't play it on here. I don't see. What if we are all assuming the wrong thing and the jury have reached a guilty verdict on 1 and 3 and don't know which one on number 2 to say guilty? Well, they specifically said if they had agreed on not guilty verdict for 1 and 3. So we're not really assuming that that it's not guilty. They specifically said not guilty. Well, listen to podcast 57 while you eat your lunch. Beach Cam will work too. Yeah, I recommend listening to it if you haven't had a chance to. It's interesting when you put things all together and see how bad it really is. If you hated printing before, after the podcast, you'll be done. The fact they haven't reached a consensus on the OUI makes me nervous for a hung jury again. I am hoping not. But even if they do hang on that second one, at least, judging by their note, they've agreed on the first one and the third. It's 13th Juror Podcast. And the last episode that was released yesterday. It's episode 57 of the Karen Reed case stuff. The whole second season is Karen Reed. All Karen Reed and Canton. It's like Karen Reed and all the Karen Reed adjacent stuff. All the mess. Is there a live camera in the deliberation room? No, but gosh, I wish there was. All of that is not. Oh, that would be so interesting. I would love it if that was allowed. Oh, that would be amazing. But also, don't you think that we would be yelling at the screen if there was? Wouldn't it be cool if they could do a live camera with no audio? I would rather have the audio and no video. The jury, well, they have lunch scheduled for the court between 12:30 to 1:30 today. But the jury is allowed to continue discussing it during the lunch break. So if they want to take a break and just eat, they can. But if they want to keep talking about it, they can. I feel like they're going to want to get this done, you know? What if jurors posted comments on Twitter every hour? Twitter would go crazy. That would be amazing. Will we know if they are talking during lunch? No. I cannot imagine the jurors going into. Think about this. If they didn't come to a decision today, then we have tomorrow off. And they would have to come back Friday. Would I interview a juror after the case? Heck yeah, I would love to. I have so many questions. Would it be considered a mistrial if they hang on even one charge? No. If they hang on all three, that's the only way to get a mistrial out of it. But based on their note, it doesn't sound like that. Somebody had originally said that Friday was off, but then the reporters were saying that the court staff said that Friday is not off. We did finish watching 12 Angry Men last night, and it was really good. Really good movie. We watched the black and white version. No juror questions today. If they're taking this long, I hope it's because all the not guilty people are fighting for acquittal on all charges. That would be nice. No, they're not turned on. Super chats are not turned on. I'm back. I see we're still staring at the fan. Still staring at a fan. No more updates. The fan chain is, yeah, it's spiraling like the rest of us. Has anything happened? Nope. Nope. We've all just been staring at the fan and chatting and going over the verdict slip. I'd rather watch people play beach volleyball. I'm about to turn it on. I'm going to take my lunch break so I can eat my food before it gets cold. There's going to be no questions between 12:30 to 1:30 because the court staff is not there. So no, if they are hung on OUI, it will not be a mistrial. It will be a hung jury on just that count. It's only a mistrial if they hang on all of them. But there would be a verdict for count 1 and count 3, just not the second one. All right. Lunch is starting in 15 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and take mine now. I can give you beach cam. Oops. Here, I have to do it this way. It's going to turn that one off. Oh, it's such a pretty day today at the beach. All right. There you go. I will be back. I'll see you in a little bit. Parties are being asked to come back to court. Sorry, I was working on something. Parties are being asked to come back to court right now. Let me put it on a banner because 100,000 people are going to come in and say, the parties are being asked to come back to court right now. Oh, my elbow. Yes, sorry. I saw that y'all were saying I had deserted you. I was working on something else real quick that I had to do. I would never leave you. I would never desert you. Could this be a verdict? What, if anything, could this be? Let's all spiral as we speculate. Let's do a poll. Why do you think we are returning to court? Verdict? Question. Jury says they are hanging or hung. There's action. Action in the courtroom. Courthouse. Who knows? Court clerk told reporters he's been told to bring back the troops. We don't know why yet. So we'll all just spiral and wait. Commence the spiraling. Yeah, this is the worst part. Not knowing what we're about to get. I wish they would like this. You know what it is? It's like all of the, like when somebody tells you like, hey, we need to have a talk later. And then it's like, wait, we need to have a talk about what? What do we need to have a talk about? Why do we need to have a talk? Why are we talking? What are we talking about? What's the matter? That's what this is like. Like when somebody tells you that we need to have a serious talk and you know something serious is coming, but you don't know what, and then you just spiral. That's how it feels. Spiraling on a full stomach. I know. Chat Daddy brought me Chick-fil-A, so I just ate some Chick-fil-A nuggets. And now we're all spiraling together. When your boss says, can you come to my office tomorrow morning? Yeah. If they read a verdict at 2:27, I'm going to fall out of my chair. That would mean they have 21 minutes to get in there and read it. If that happened, it would be another one of those things that you just could not script. Yes, I saw John DePietro backed into somebody's car and broke their taillight, right? You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Let's all breathe. Maybe it's another question. Right now, the majority of you think that it's a verdict. It may be a question. It may be it may be I don't know. I'm hoping it's not them saying they're deadlocked on that one. I guess we'll see. Yeah, I want to believe there's no way they're still stuck on the OUI charge. I would hope not. You're all waiting outside the courtroom. We're doing a poll. Get your vote in if you haven't yet. We're all speculating on why we're returning to the courtroom. Right now, most of you are saying You think it's for a verdict. Where is Brandi? I'm right here. I'm right here. Everybody make sure you're live. Anxiety through the roof. Let's all spiral together. If it's a question, it'll be interesting to see if it's another question about the OUI charge. I was much calmer watching the beach. Yes. I was hoping that when I said that, people would type it. One of the reporters said she's inside now. If they say they're hung, will Bev send them back to try again? Yes. She still hasn't even read the Tui Rodriguez charge. So. Tui Rodriguez is the instruction that they give to tell them to, the defense team just arrived, to tell them to go back and try again, reconsider each other's sides, and see if they can come to a conclusion. I don't want them to be hung. I want us to get this over with. The defense team has arrived. Is it just me or has time slowed down some? Yes. Prosecutors are inside the courtroom. Do we have a verdict? Could we have a verdict? Could it be possible? I'm telling y'all right now, if we get a verdict at 2:27, that would be wild. All right, I'm going to end our poll. What's the significance of 227? That's the 227 Jen McCabe Google search that has been like obsessed about. Haas long to die in cold. Oh yeah, if it's another verdict slip question, bruh. Am I glitching? Karen Reed is there. I want to stop our clock. That's what makes me start glitching sometimes. Maybe that will stop it. I bet many employers will be glad when this is over. Yeah, productivity is going to go way up. They logged into Zoom. I'm getting anxious. I think we might have a verdict. Did I take a nap? No, I wish I had time to take a nap. I had to work on another project during lunch. I wish I had time to take a nap. The O'Keeffes are on their way up to courtroom. If it's a verdict, it would be wild. because it's right around 2:27. Court officer walked by Sue O'Connell with a medium-sized envelope with the back fastened closed. All parties are now in the courtroom. O'Keefe family has arrived. Who, if anyone, is on the verge of a heart attack? Everyone nodded affirmatively. Judge is on the bench.
You are unmuted.
The seated court is in session.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? Thank you.
What?
I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
What?
All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Thank you. All right.
What? So They had a verdict. And then they said, never mind, we don't have a verdict. So they have the verdict slip that is sealed. What the heck is happening? I have no clue. Jury knocks on the door. They say they have a verdict. And then right after that, they're like, oh, JK, we don't have a verdict. So they took the verdict forms and sealed them. And we don't know what the heck is happening right now. We have an inverted verdict. Yes. Yes, so now we have a verdict that we don't have anymore. Because it's not considered a verdict until it's read in open court. They butt dialed the verdict. It was an accident. What is even happening right now? I don't even. There is a signed verdict slip, and we have no clue what's in it. What do you even say to that? Is this normal? No. Nope. Which poll answer was right? None of the above, because who would have even thought to put that as one of the options? What? I Have you ever seen this happen? No. No. Never. No clue. Never seen it happen. No idea. So are they sending them new verdict slips? If they were able to come to a conclusion for long enough to give a verdict slip, that's a good sign. But if now they're saying that they don't, so did somebody like panic and change their mind? I don't know. I don't even, I don't. This is, it's one of those things that this is like, every time you think that this case couldn't get any weirder. So maybe they compromised on a verdict and then somebody was like, no, I don't want that compromise. Maybe they worried that they filled out the sheet wrong. Maybe if they're all supposed to stay in the courthouse for the next 2 hours, then maybe they're going to at I don't know. The verdict has been rehomed. So what happens now? Now we wait. Now we wait. Can we ever know what the slips say? Well, it's sealed in evidence now, or record or whatever. Did she say evidence or record? I can't remember now. This is not real life. This is not real life. She said record. I couldn't remember. So I'm confused on something. Someone said they couldn't do a verdict during lunch, and some said you could, but this doesn't answer the question. So they can come to their verdict at lunch, but the court officers and everybody are not, they don't have to be there between 12:30 to 1:30. So like they may come to their verdict at that time, but if they don't have anybody there to be able to call together to read it on the record, then it's kind of like, okay, so wait, now we have a verdict. Wait, now we have a verdict? Hold on. We have a verdict. 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 Ah, we have a verdict. Yes, confirmed. We have a verdict. We have a verdict. We have a verdict. Everybody breathe. It's going to be 10 to 20 minutes before they're called in. Yes, I can get up the defense camera when they get in there. I know. I don't think so.
If you hear me screaming.
They're getting them all to court. Yeah, if they have a verdict, it means it's not hung. I can't breathe. It's real this time, yes. I can't breathe. Um, Buchanan just walked into the back door of the courthouse with Brennan. Ugh. I have no idea why he's there. Mods, I'm putting a thing in there in all caps. Don't put me in timeout or delete me. So we can try to make sure whoever's watching behind is live. Karen Reed says in the hallway that she's anxious. The Reed family is all hugging right now in the courtroom. Aiden says Karen Reed looks incredibly strong and brave right now. She's trying to hold it together, clearly fighting back tears. Her lawyers are all hugging her. Oh. I know, I'm already tearing up. It's I'm spiraling more than the fan. Jackson is pacing. They've shut down the entire street outside. Barricades are going up. Lots of nervous energy. Oh. Mega pint of wine. That's what I need too. They're pacing around. Trying to breathe. It's like, more than 2 years of 18-hour days trying to put everything together to get word out, show whatever I could show, to try to find any truth I could find. So it's like a big, they should be announcing any minute. Take a where'd that go? Oh, chat's moving too fast. I missed it. Somebody said take a last look at the fan. Oh, camera shaking. Court guards just brought in a first aid kit and an AED. Oh my goodness. Just in case, like we're sitting at home watching this, or wherever you're sitting watching this, and can't breathe and are spiraling. So I'm assuming in the courtroom it's probably even worse. O'Keefe's and the prosecution have not yet entered. Helicopters all over the place. It's been over the 10-minute time frame. They said between 10 to 20 minutes. Will you give updates on the civil trial after this? Yeah, I'll probably release updates through the podcast feed. And they're always late. It's the clock drift. Verdict clock was stopped at 20 hours. There are about 10 court officers in there. They had the camera on for a second. What? Where'd that go? Watch this whole trial, but now I have a meeting with my boss in 3 minutes. The O'Keefe family just entered. Yeah, it says Jackson's been pacing back and forth. I think everybody's nervous. Court officer tells families they understand verdicts are emotional and to please control emotions as best you can in the courtroom. All families are here now. There now. Here we go. The jury is here. The foreman has the verdict slip in an envelope in his hand.
You are unmuted.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdict slips been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? The defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not
So
guilty.
say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records it. You, upon your oath, say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise. Jurors, follow me.
Can you please exit the courtroom immediately?
Karen Reed?
Not
Not yet.
Tony,
Hold
not
on,
yet.
hold on,
Not
everyone.
yet.
Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the Request Not to Seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
Ken, we would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay,
Perhaps we could approach sidebar.
okay.
Just for the OUI.
All right, so Mr. Yannetti, you're ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend a probation 1 year 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on a first-time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We asked if she be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it. All right, thank you all.
1 year probation, 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence, 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program is. Thank you.
Immediately. All right.
Goodbye.